Test one, two, there we are. I don't exactly expect muting the microphone to result in it disconnecting completely from OBS, but here we are. Once again, hello everyone. Hopefully you've been well. Hopefully you've missed me a little. I do apologize for my absence, but once again, well, you can probably blame the author for that. Tonight I'll be tackling Lost in Vivo, and assuming we get that finished this week, next week I'll start on Faith, the Unholy Trilogy. The author will also likely be scheduling a sponsored stream sometime soon. It'll take a month to kick in, but he is not doing well financially at the moment. So every donation and subscription really does help. To say nothing of help for any subscription he is currently running. You all know the reason why I cannot impart any of my wealth to him. Unfortunately. Oh well, I'm sure he'll get out of it. Eventually. As for tonight's stream, it'll also be running a little longer than normal. Obviously, as is planned, I will again be playing Lost in Vivo. That is estimated to take around maybe 4 hours, so probably somewhere between 3 to 5, depending on let's go. Once I finish up, the author will have to find something of a stopgap. There are plenty of games he could play beyond just messing around with something like marbles on stream or golf with friends. After that, my dear Lily will make an appearance and will be playing Marvel Rivals with Artem for about 2 hours, starting from about 10 AM Central to noon Central. Beyond that, I don't believe I have any sort of other real announcement to make. I suppose I could impart an apology on behalf of the bird brain. He just ended up sleeping straight through the stream slot, so there you go. Yes. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and kill the music. Dim the lights. And let's get started. Feeling safe isn't a feeling that you can feel. The janitor. Yes, that makes sense. My, that is a little bit loud, isn't it? 3D audio whatnot. Let's put you down there for now. Tap the gamma. And I'll go ahead and lower the decibel count by... Let's just drop the decibel count by about 6 for now. If I get anyone in the chat that says they're having trouble hearing me, then I'll alter it further. Yes. So, how are you feeling? Do you feel these sessions are still helping? You could try something a little more direct. We could start in vivo exposure therapy. Just walking with the service dog on a very foggy day. Nice and calm. Appears to be either winter or autumn, judging by the lack of leaves. Oh my, now that was rather loud. But it appears to be balancing out. Raining a fair bit. It's probably for the best that we get back home sooner than later. Missing last seen 2:14:07. Jane something or other. Yes, don't worry. Almost a nice... I was about to say nice, calm walking simulator so far, but I suppose the rain effects are rather loud. Secret goat tests. Dr. B leaks the info. Shocking illegal experiments or man gone insane. This is why you always check the weather and bring an umbrella. Or alternatively, I do suppose if you have celerity, such as mine, you could simply run around and dodge each raindrop, but that's just inconvenient. At best, and tiring at worst. Well, alrighty then. I can't imagine how you let your dog fall into a sewer grate, and I am even less sure how you managed to let it slip free rather than pulling it out. Also, just one moment, we have a visitor I need to attend to. Reported, blocked, and banned. Make yourself scarce, or I will find you. And I will make sure that you don't bother anyone again. Do I make myself clear? Now, hopefully it shouldn't get too much louder than the thunderstorm. But I will go ahead and preemptively turn the volume down just a touch. Just to make sure. Excuse me. I can't just leave. I have to find her. Nikichu. Press F to toggle flashlight. The cocaine. Quite a lot of graffiti in here. Well, alrighty then. Hello there, you. Hopefully you won't be bothering my files. I wonder how many of these are shout-outs to some other properties that I'm unaware of, beyond the obvious back there. Some lighting, and momentarily away from the majority. Just generically somewhere in this direction, I suppose. Well, I suppose we're not going that way. Well, at least we're getting a bit more lighting to help us on our way. This seems peculiar. Not exactly like a sewer. Tragically hipster. Steeliest glamour, sure. Our inventory. Flashlight. An old military flashlight. I always keep it with me in case I get trapped somewhere. I can't bear to leave the house without it. The batteries are long-lasting, and had guaranteed to last all game written on the package, whatever that means. Which also means that, theoretically, I don't have to preserve it by constantly turning it off again. Tarnish! My dog's leash got torn on a broken sewer grate. Well, that answers that, at least. Keyring. The keyring that holds all the keys I have. Lost tape number 1. An old tape I found at home. If I find a tape player, I should listen to it. The pound is written on it. What an odd thing to carry around. Game manual. Alright. The sledgehammer. A wet sledgehammer I found in the sewers. Looks old, but it's holding up well. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear this radio has any sort of tape player in it. Looks like defending is more of a passive mode. Somewhere roughly in that direction, it seems. Oddly well lit tunnels. If there's another thing like that, I'll put up a flashing imagery warning. Wherever she is, she can't hear us. There's not much on the TV nowadays, so I thought I'd make my own show. I started putting food and rancid meat into useless old box, and all sorts of little critters would come and play. It was really relaxing. Just sit on the sofa and watch the meat. But small critters started attracting larger ones to the show. Some horrid, putrid thing kept coming by to watch, so I would just pretend to be asleep till it passed. But I think it knows I'm awake. I think it's watching me, not the show on the TV. Not much of a show on there. Strange bunch of side rooms. Obviously appears to be used by some sort of home or shelter, but lots of boxes. It's strange that there's at least one room that's outright bricked up. My eyes are useless. All they do now is sting and show me stuff that can't be real. That rancid thing wants them, and I say let it have them. Perhaps not the best of choices. I'm not entirely sure there was a door to the left a moment ago. Oh, God, there. I do not like that sound. That sound bothers me much more than this eyeless, homeless woman. Well, something appears to have our dog. Also, that stopping appears to be background noise, rather than something tracking us down. For now. Fortunately, it's too small to go in there. More flashing lights. Alright, just be on the safe side. I'll go ahead and have a tag. One moment, please. Alright, that's been added to the stream tags, and I'll have to remember to have the author add that to YouTube later. Very ominous and plodding. I did not turn off the flashlight, it's worth noting. It turned itself off. Certainly some strange sounds coming from there. Oddly built sewer system. This suspicious pile of meat. Abandon hope. Rather, all hope abandoned me who enter here. Well, I suppose we're descending into hell. Be rather attached to your dog. Given this character is meant to have claustrophobia, I can't imagine this is doing them much good. One should never crawl like this in sewer tunnels. It's a surefire way to get caught in place. Leave yourself to the rats. Very hungry rats. Well, something was there. Something which now knows we're here. Well, now that looks more like a descension into hell. For that matter, there's not exactly a clear way to get back out, and that seems far enough to seriously wound you should you hop in. a cat bright light. Certainly a ways to go for a dog. Unfortunately, our protagonist must consider how exactly he intends to get out of here now, much less with a dog in tow. Strangely shaped. Without you oddities. Well, they certainly look like fetid lumps of meat. Well, aren't you curious? Something is very wrong here. Perhaps a bit more than our psyche is at play. It appears one of them may have broken out. That might explain both what nabbed our dog, as well as what we saw lurking behind the grate earlier. Either way, we descend. Or there's no reason why something like this would be in the sewer. Not sure about these oddly textured tunnels. Very strange. Unfortunately, this is just a grate. Well, that wasn't there before. A damaged handgun. I wonder what it was doing down here. 10 bullets. I think we'll need them. Well, our dog does not appear to be barking. Well, alrighty then. That seems mildly suspect. Oddly peaceful for somewhere we randomly found ourselves teleported to in what appeared to be hell. Gives me a little bit of time to hydrate, at least. Alright. Perhaps that is where we just fell from. In which case, while some of what we just saw could have been a concussion or hallucination, we do still have a gun. Alright, now I can see a handrail in a tunnel such as this. And now we almost appear to be in some sort of subway tunnel. I wonder how many of these are just Patreon donatives. Alright, so yes, very much an sewer system of some sort. Well, at least that gives us an out, theoretically. Unfortunately, we can't simply demand what we want from the machine. I suppose that's one way to give credit to the artist, but that would be very odd to see in real life. Well, I cannot read that. Alright, well now that's just fourth wall breaking. Transit office. Yes, one way or another, we're going back down. Well, now I have to try. Yes, the escalator works as an escalator. Delightful. John Wayne Lane. Well, alright then. Some ghoul appears to have stolen our dog along a subway line. On the right side we now have a train office key. Noted. Disgust. That. Gross. Well, we can't simply go on to the track to follow it directly, so I suppose we're going back to that office. This doesn't make any sense. Is heaven to the year unknown? Well, I mean, depending on exactly how abandoned it is, it's not as if it gave us an actual date. Now we have no other choice to proceed, so the station is open. Not that any of these doors actually seem to be open yet, so... Nothing there. Well, alright, that's one way to get one of these, I suppose. Well, alrighty then. Who's conducting the train? Who knows? I don't want to go. I just want to stay on this train. I want to stay in the dark where no one can see me. Well, that was odd. Well, we appear to be making an emergency exit. Fortunately, can't go back to see what it is that we might have run over. That's still boarded up, so heaven knows about any sort of conductor. We appear to have arrived at the next station. And find a tape player. Well, I'll be honest, this is the opposite of what I expected from a tape player. Much more visual. Well, you look rather abnormal. Yeah, sort of those, where you go back and forth. Not a single one to react to it. Apparently we need some bolt cutters. Well, this is just ours now. I guess we'll be taking this. Thank you. Oh yes, I'm very glad that I put up that warning. I want to make a decision. I want control back in my life. I want to matter. Everybody just makes choices for me. Maybe I'll find some place where I can be happy. Someplace dark without people to remind me how ugly I am. Sorry. Maintenance in progress. I guess we'll try that door then and check out that hallway. Over the question of which one of these two is progress. It's an old game called Midnight. Which I'm fairly certain says either secret level or secret game or some such on it. Yes. I had seen an achievement before starting the game regarding finding Midnight mode. I suppose this is something of a hint towards that. You have to start the game at exactly midnight. Of course, we happen upon this the one day we don't start at midnight. Alright, I expected that to be interacting with that, not the door. Maintenance map, updated 8/17/87. See new construction plans. Conveniently, it tells us where we are. Image of a dream. This whole station is just broken. Lines are run backwards, access panels are hard to get to, and sometimes the power just cuts. Since this is considered a bad part of town, the funding for this station was minimal, and most of the construction was done by local residents. To top it off, the last maintenance guy messed up everything. He told me when he left to keep every light on, and to either redirect or send off any trains that arrived. I've made several attempts to fix the electrical problems, but so bad I don't think I'm getting anywhere. So I'm leaving. This job just isn't worth the hassle anymore. Those are some very ancient donuts. But now we have a metro key. As the power goes out on the tracks, you have to reboot the whole system. In order to do that, go to each section and turn off the breaker boxes, then come back here and restart the system. I've barely been able to keep the power on, so that's about all the advice besides quitting I can give. Alright, so it's pretty simple. We go to each of the breaker boxes, which are each of those red rooms, and then we come back here into the right quadrant. Royal Phantom Construction. Hmm. Right, now we go upstairs. Didn't even check this door, but yes, that makes sense, it was locked. Maddie the Hatter. Alright. This place certainly seems abandoned enough. I can see why we'd tell people to stay away on principle. I suppose we should... Well, the yellow area is the smallest. Conveniently highlighted in yellow. Picklock set. Convenient, I suppose. A few books about customer service. Locked from the other side. It's outdated. I suppose we'll have to find a way around. No, we can just use the turnstile. And those are all one way, alright. This is going to be very inconvenient later, I can feel it. One down, three to go. Some rather abnormal noises. Well, that just raises more questions. Get close to hit them. They can go through walls, and they can deal damage from a distance. Understood. Very inconvenient. I knew it. Given we only have 10 bullets, I'd rather not waste them on whatever that was. If there's any way to heal ourselves. Well, we did send a power actually to curse me. Perhaps it's that, the little section that will let us back. Don't even look familiar. Perhaps that little section that pushed us back, yes, elevator one, would have no longer worked given the power was out. Alright, let's go and save and then move on to the next section. Saving also appears to heal us. Delightful. Alright, let's tackle blue next, since that seems like the next largest. Fortunately, it doesn't look like anyone's been shoving meat into that television. was worth a shot. The subject 2 on false. I don't know what to do. I'm not happy. I'm so ugly. And everyone treats me like I'm not even real. They're so pretty and perfect, and they all have friends. But I'm just here. Fortunately, we can gauge nothing about our character. So let's replace the toilet paper in there. Mad Myrtle is there. That seems abnormal. That would explain where the missing toilet paper went. Ah, some gun ammunition. Delightful. Looks there. I feel that doesn't quite line up. There should be doors here. These rooms that no longer exist, I suppose. And before we go down this long, dank hallway, let's see what's in the other direction first. Another blocked exit. Lots of donut boxes. Some very weird looking roaches. Wow. Well, alright then. It was a slow day when it happened. Only 2 trains even stopped here. I didn't see her until it was too late. I heard her sobbing as she walked down the tracks. I wanted to run and save her, but I could hear the train. I just waited and listened. She must have regretted it at the last moment because I heard her scream. I can't stop her. She passes through the walls. All I can do is wait. Listen. Well, that seems like foreshadowing. Well, that's another one of those things. Well, comparatively, that was a rather straightforward shot. That was an odd noise. He's so nice. I feel like I matter again. He makes me feel real. He tells me that I matter. He doesn't think I'm so ugly. There are clearly 3 more tapes. Question being where they are. Well, that just leaves one more area. John Quixote. Fair enough. I have concerns about you. Monday is coming. Good for you. I think this is another stationary. Well, alrighty then. This is why we save. Right, we shan't go on to the train tracks this time. Though we will have to go through a train. Well, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to find a shotgun. A riot police issue shotgun. It only fires rock salt rounds, so I don't think it'll do much damage. If anything, the fact that it fires rock salt might theoretically mean it'll do better than the other gun. It also has more rounds, oddly enough. Ah, another safe. The clinic. Number 2. What is that? It looks like a woman partially fused with a dog to me, but who knows? Fortunately, the machine is broken. Unfortunately, we'll have to go around to examine those areas. I'll save that for last, of course. In theory, there should have been another door here. But there is not. But we will go back this way. 2 doors appear, fortunately. A new picklock set. A lot of books on subway utilities and a few about locksmithing. There's one of those bags. Yes. Unfortunately, that's broken. Picklock set. 2 sets of lockpicks with a pick and a turner. They look very brittle. So in theory, if we get unlucky, they might actually break. Which is a questionable design. Right. Some shotgun ammunition. And some handgun ammunition. Lovely. Although it seems weird that everywhere around her would have rock salt, and that's, well, of course. They knew what they were dealing with. Alright. Alright, time to get going. will say it is bizarre and unfortunate that the door to exit the area was unlocked. The fact that there were three of them basically forced me to get off the map. Practically forced me to use the shotgun I was saying. Surprisingly, the light is still on here. Surprisingly, our health is only down to 70%. Alright, let's save before we pop in the second tech. Last tip, number 2. Clinic. Don't you look like a retro hog? This reminds me of that area in the tunnel. Some oddly angry red lights. I feel that actually managed to turn me around. Odd. Well, perhaps that's the point. Perhaps we're the escaped mental patient. Stole the service dog. Crawl out through the tunnel. Well, you are large range things. Alrighty then. Make of that as you will. And just like that, the system has been rebooted. Theoretically. I don't think they like the light. There's the train. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. A lot of dead rats on this train, I must say. It makes me feel so much better sometimes, but I worry that I'm not good enough. He wants me to lose weight, and I'm really trying, but it's just so difficult. I look in the mirror and nothing's changed. Something is blocking the way back. Very oddly well lit, Stephen. Grand Boulem Avenue. End of the line, it seems. Royal Phantom Construction. Looks like there's a second set of tracks that we may have to cross after we get through this section. Well, I'll be honest, this isn't something that I would normally see in a train station. That looks very uncomfortable. Let me guess, is it locked? Yes, alright, we have a puzzle. Time to find something about facing. It won't open, it's covered in some kind of slime. Well, alright. So Lord Six smells like chemicals apparently. Our protagonist, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that seems rather abnormal. Perhaps we were meant to die there. Also seems there's a pile of rotten meat for once we were. These are normal, though. Certainly wasn't expecting to be fought by haunted mirrors. No longer covered in slime, at least. No way to get rid of it, alas. Meanwhile, this door feels hot. The mirror is broken. I'm sure that's relevant. Shame we weren't able to try that door. I wonder if we would have been able to open it had we not gone for that. Well, alright. Something about this train unnerves me. Page 1. Life was too harsh. Love was lost forevermore. They hung from a ceiling fan, staring at the floor. So the first one is meant to be staring face down at the ground, I take it. Sorry, what? What? Well, I can safely say that was unexpected. Sometimes you just gotta shoot a train. We can still whistle for the dog meanwhile. Huzzah. Is there going to be a third one? No. Don't. So I came a long way for some restrooms. Some very utilitarian bathrooms, I suppose. I don't know what to write. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I don't know if it makes me happy or sad. I think we're going to have a child. Well, that seems, more dead rats. Life was too harsh, and the bridge was close by. They sank in water, gaping for the sky. So down and then up. Someone stole the entire toilet. Someone appears to have broken that one. An old kitchen knife. An antique knife used for preparing vegetables. It's slightly rusted and feels heavier than it looks. Certainly a better melee weapon, it seems. Broken. Alright, time to head back out. to the gate. This is a very odd room. Alright, down and up, and that just leaves one more to find. Oh, here we are. Life was too harsh. This job just wasn't fair. They laid in the assembly with a sideways stare. Well, it's alright technically to the side, but let's see if that one door is still too hot real quick. Yes. Why did you look back up? Well, thank you for your service, little hens. Broken. I feel this tunnel wasn't there before. Alright, I guess it just feels like closing itself. I feel like we've been on the other side of this before. Certainly some smoother tunnels. I guess I spoke too soon. What are these potatoes? Onward we march, forward ever forward. Spiraling deeper, yet deeper. Excuse me if I don't exactly trust a wide open, empty room. But alright, it was exactly that. Suddenly attacked by a leech, I could just crawl through walls. A hefty chunk of damage to me too. Hello, Pan. Hopefully you're faring well. Good to hear. Well, thanks for popping in and lurking. Hopefully you can get some good rest. Of course, there's always the rod later. I'm good at times and need to hydrate. Thank you. Strange little leeches. I do not regret saving my pistol ammunition. Alright, so the picks can break, but also we had 3 lockpicks. What happened to the rest of them? Well, thank you. Waste of my limited ammunition. I do not like the fact that this light is red rather than blue. All he talks about is how ugly I've become. How ugly I'm going to be. He tells me he's leaving. I feel so sick. He hates me now. And I have all this responsibility. All because of this parasite inside me. I didn't think this would happen. I just did what I was told. I want him to be happy with me. Yeah, that might explain little worms. Alright, we're in boss fight mode. Leaving is not an option. Perhaps an intended death. So, how are you feeling? I feel like everyone hates me, and I hate myself. Your sense of self-worth is too influenced by body shape and weight. Don't judge others so harshly. You have worth, you have beauty, but you are unable to see it. Your vision of yourself is distorted. And how should I fix it? If I can't fix my body, then how do I fix my vision of myself? We're working together to fix it. But I'll also write you a refill for your fluoxetine. Fortunately, it seems like we might have our ammunition back. Fluoxetine can treat depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, bulimia nervosa, and panic disorder. Side effects can include dream disorder and anorexia because of rules. Now the light is green. Isn't this representative? Perhaps this is a good ending, bad ending. How do you feel about yourself, ugly or pretty lady? I get a feeling the other path would be very easy to go down. You know, the image on the mirrors bears something of a resemblance to those dolls that were chasing us down. The dolls that wanted to be somewhere dark. They locked themselves away in the closet. They didn't want to be in the light. Do little leech thing. The usual tactic of let's ram our head at it until it sticks. Although we appear to be going down now. Although them hiding around the corner wasn't entirely fair, we might actually die due to loss of health. Really now. Hello, Timmy. Hopefully you're doing well. Looks like this will progress the same way. In which case, I do feel bound to check to see if you actually can defeat that thing. Apparently you are meant to fight to an extent, but it looks like the only solution in this case is take the other door. Unfortunate. Looks like you might managed to fight them, but not. Oh, come on. You are meant to fight them, but in this case, you might not actually be able to beat it. Progressively getting uglier and uglier, it seems. Yes, it's just an apple. That's completely normal. What could go wrong? Ah. You know what to know. Screw you. I do what I want. We are certainly getting a fair amount of ammunition. Odd that it would present the same puzzle repeatedly. Well, I can tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to puke. I get the feeling that if you did puke, the gate would lower again, but it might show you a red area. Reminds me of something that cropped up with... Well, it looks like we're in PT now. Right, you're coming with us, little one. Not in the inventory, though, oddly enough. Well, alright then. Thank you for not running us over. Well, it appears we're going down. There's a torn piece of my dog's leash. Certainly some somber music. Alright, ghost, hell spawn, someone who's severely depressed and has either gotten too fat or too thin. You're going to give us our dog back, or else I'll feed you some lead. Well, salt. I waited in the dark for so long, I lashed out against anyone who got close. But someone kept pushing me into the light. It hurt me for a while. It doesn't hurt anymore. Dated today. Oh yes, this is certainly I'm going to get my dog back music. Well, that's broken, so we'll never know what was down that tunnel. Probably nothing. This place should be empty, but the lights are on and I hear something crawling around. Why keep the power on? Why? I can't fathom what this place even is. Try to map it out, but it doesn't make sense. Hey, ugh, a diagram. I get the feeling we're meant to. Aside from following the arrows, we might need to get various pieces for that one door. Alright. It's time to take a brief break, as he also needs to take care of a few things. So let's go ahead and switch over to Spirit City Lo-Fi, and we'll take a little break, alright? And then we'll be back with my should be regularly scheduled horror. Actually, I could just put that on top. It's not as large as it should be. Also, as a standard, we'll be running a brief 3-minute commercial. And with that, we should be back. Everything at the Arthur's End has been taken care of. So, let's go ahead and step away from the lo-fi and get back to Lost in Vivo. We never really did change the game, so unfortunately that's not something I need to fix. And guess we're not going that way. We very much could climb over that, but we won't. Because we're lazy like that. I get the feeling that each of those circles is one of the things we need to pick up. Danger down below, but nowhere else to go. That is not our dog. Alright, I'll admit I wasn't expecting it to just suddenly start backtracking through the walls. No, I think I've seen that thing crop up in Tales of Nowhere. Beetle emblem and a mine access key. A small metal emblem with an engraving of a beetle. Endless life, but at the cost of blood, is engraved on the back with small font. As you can see that we are definitely stacking up on keys. Such a random, strange cider. The fact that it just giggles at me is... Well, let's hope that the thing that can conveniently mimic the shape and form of our dog cannot climb ladders. I just need to check something real quick. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Alright, good, it is changing properly. It's just that my normal register is a little bit low in comparison to its normal pickup. And more concerning is the fact that due to how it's spaced, it's a little harder to see my mouth moving, shall we say. Ah, well. That just leaves these two. Can likely afford not to use ammunition, given the proximity. Not sure why it's pointing to that door specifically, although that one appeared to have been locked. Here comes another one of them. Yes, I can no, that's not actually it. It's only a distinctive noise that these things give off. The other side of that wall. bomb emblem. Sorry, what? A small metal emblem with an engraving of a bomb. Stuck in suspension, a tragedy to repeat itself. A ghost is engraved on the back with small font. Excuse me, I just got a notice. Nothing strictly relevant just now. I thought I'd be safe down here, so far away from those monsters up above. But even down here, I'm not alone. Broken. Well, goodbye then. 2 down, 1 to go. Alright. That looks like we're going down. Very far down. Did anyone ever teach you never to dig straight down? I had another one of those things about. Just a random dead end. Bro. Certainly another mess to keep this place from collapsing, and that might explain why the door was broken. Oh, dead rats. Pinned down by nails, oddly enough. The moon and them. Told everyone, but no one listens to me. I can't trust anyone. They're all just serving the monsters. But it's different. It's just me now. Why won't they just listen? A small metal emblem with an engraving of a crescent moon. Born from the moon, destined to age and die, should they not return, is engraved on the back with small font. Oddly specific phrases. I wonder. Well, a few of these possibly are references. This one is a reference to something said by Guillermo del Toro. What is a ghost? A tragedy condemned to repeat itself time and again. A moment of pain, perhaps. Something dead which seems to be alive. As to what the others are, I haven't the foggiest and can't seem to be finding anything. If any of you find out, please feel free to let me know. Ah, there's my Lily. Hello, dear. How are you faring? Yeah, well, this just opens up into here. Not quite what I was expecting, but alright. Alright, it looks like they can climb. Well, I guess we kicked it off. Well, I wasn't looking at you directly, but I saw something standing here. I'm sure someone watching the stream might be able to tell me what that was. Alright, let's go ahead and put these in. Nezumi testing. Well, that's unfortunate. Nesting. Hmm. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive, number 86. Feeling good about today. Progress continues almost at an alarming rate, given how theoretical this all should be. Today we have one of the smaller rodents continue to move for almost 2 hours after all of its blood had been drained and replaced with mix PA22.12.15V. That might explain all the dead rats about. Looks like we have Dr. Brundle's office, housing, Dr. Puccini, some labs and lockers, holding area. And then the map ends. Also a curious eye up there. Locked. And alas, all of our lockpicks are conveniently broken. Do not what? That eye seems relevant, but that is impossible to read in that resolution. Rats. Dr. Puccini. Personal Archive, number 65. Shrieks and squeals are all I hear. My dreams are infested with these rats. If only they knew they were going to make them into something beautiful. If they knew that and had a capacity to, they would respect me. But no, it's nothing but screams and wailing. Can't sleep. I can hardly think. If I am further away than the sound should possibly travel, I can still hear them. That is a different room. Now that is a mouse. One hell of a tracking ball there. Dr. Piccinini, Personal Archive, number 66. My dreams have found their savior. A dark creature, swabbed in dirty robes, now lives within them. They eat the rats and silence the screaming. Soon I will begin work. Not this filthy government's rat work, but my true work. I will give birth to my savior so they can silence everything. Well, alright, we appear to be delving into Lovecraft now. Well, that's just floating. Devil's name? Grotesque vermin. Explain why they were hearing squealing. Well, you're coming with me now. How could I ignore a doorman? especially with my doll so close by. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive, number 88. I'm beginning to question my fellow scientists' ethics, if I can truly call any of this science anymore. I fear we're all stumbling into something dark. Each breakthrough, my fear grows. I don't know how they'll react when they inevitably hit a dead end with these experiments. Wrong button. So I guess we'll just leave that going. All of them. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive, number 87. Today I questioned the higher staff, just on how far they think we can go with these experiments. Dr. Piccinini took hold of me and brought me to one of the off-limits rooms and showed me something I don't fully understand. Maybe he was playing an elaborate and inappropriate prank. Piccinini told me it was his other pet project. It showed me that the work we're doing is of great importance. Dr. Piccinini, Personal Archive, 67. I showed Sotiris to Dr. Brundle today. He didn't know what to think. He just stared at it. Maybe he was just scared. Sotiris is moving now, but only barely. For some reason, I can't get him to function while the camera's on or while I'm looking at him. But he changes form in between these moments. Soterios, incidentally, also Sotiris, meaning salivation. Sometimes a goddess or spirit thereof. Well, much as I'd love to merely boldly go forth at half-half, I'm just going to return to the save room and... Honestly surprised that's not blocked. Disgusting of heaven. I do not care for that sound. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive, number 89. We've done it. I have to get out of here as soon as I can. These are not creations that should exist. Don't know if we screwed something up along the way or if this was the only possible outcome. Something has certainly happened to some of these rats. Dr. Piccinini, Personal Archive, number 68. My dear Savior is growing every day. I start stealing some of the rats from their tiny, safe cages and put them in the hole with Sir Iris. At first I wasn't sure if they would do anything, but once I left and came back, the rats were gone. And the only trace the rats left was a lipstick smear of blood on Sir Iris's jaw. Well, certainly one will place have a picklock set. Excuse me. Suppose something just broke, but heaven knows what. Dr. GLA, Research Archive, number 120. Subject Cass-3 was originally found in the wreckage of a collapsed farmhouse by a mountain survey team. It was later brought to government attention after most of the crew went missing and then granted to our own lab for testing. It appears like a normal cassette tape, but has some major differences. Spectrogram displays of the audio contained do not seem to match the structure or waveform of the actual sound, but rather several images of American animal life and trees. Some researchers who spent significant time listening to the subject have been hospitalized for mental reasons, often becoming obsessed with a fictional being known as Bayagahoth. Yes, we have certainly fallen into Lovecraft territory then. Some sort of shielded something or other. Alright, well, we have who knows what over there, and then we have Dr. Brundle's area, which we could theoretically get back into. Although some of those things are suddenly out in full force, and they are angry. I have to make it to the end of the hole. Alrighty then. Now to clean up some vermin. Eaten by rats, it seems. The eyes, specifically, haven't eaten. Which reminds me of something towards the beginning of the game. Excuse me. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive, number 90. I can't get out of here. The holes are full of them. The worshipping Piccinini's messed up pet. Swarm around just like the rats. Well, that seems abnormal. Lovely, we appear to be getting into fourth wall breaking territory. Nothing of value in here, oddly enough. Sorry, no. Oh yes, definitely a fourth wall breaking territory. Eyeless body FFX fixed up. The plastic casing feels loose, like someone took it apart several times. The cabinet is written on it. Eyeless body FBX, debug log, descriptor missing. Alright, what exactly am I meant to do with this body? Oh, we're back to normal speed. You seem a little abnormal. Well, while everything's going to hell, let's check out lost tape number 3. Well, yes, this is a cabin. Very PS1 squirmy. Some more screaming red lights, it seems. Used before an altar, it seems. Idol picked up. We can't access our inventory to get information on the idol, but now we have matches and an idol. It's broke down. The tree is moving without any wind. I don't know, given how rainy it is, I feel there would be wind, but it's alright. Perhaps Gray would know something about trees that move without wind. Alright, is there a fireplace I'm missing somewhere? What am I meant to do with these? Oh, here we go. Alright. That just leaves the area at the very end. Oh, you are a fast little bucker. I see another one right there. I wonder if they respawn. On the bright side, we're no longer getting a squealing fetus in the saber. Oh yes, they do respawn. Go hello there. So what am I meant to do with this? Well, hello there. I do not trust you. I knew it. Dr. Piccinini went crazy. He attacked me in my office, screaming about sacrifice. Hit him over the head and lost consciousness. I confirmed he's still alive. Try to get out of here using the fluid tunnels connected to the rat fluid chamber. What in heaven is there? I still have full health. Can't go down there. I won't fit. Well, there's a good chance it may have been our dog and it got washed away by rat fluid down yet another broken grate, but I get a feeling that's not the case. These ceilings seem rather short. That is far too many handles, and yet all of them are apparently broken. Okay. Locked. We have a pick, or at least we had a pick. Lovely, so we still have my man in our inventory. Not rats, surprisingly. Inventory full. Debug command, remove item. Well, we appear to have removed the eyeless man. Ah, yes, there he is. Well, alrighty then. I also do not trust that. Broken. Oh, that's just for some new ammo. Sure. And he just takes off. Broken leg and all. Just, hello, goodbye. Like, well, fair enough. See you around. Dr. Brundle, Personal Archive 92. Almost out of here, but Piccinini's pet is in the warehouse by the emergency exit. Won't move while I'm staring at it, but when I try to look away, it seems to reappear somewhere within a closer radius. If someone finds this, please be careful, as the creature may still be around. Yes, I affirm that that was not a dog. Interesting. And effectively made of metal. Wasn't expecting another save room so soon, but I suppose I can't complain. Hello there. Excuse me. Oh. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if it's restricted to each room, then. You having fun in there? Perhaps the good doctor has found himself on a meat hook. Missing left eye picked up alright, I'll admit. That's not what I was looking for, but I suppose I'll take it. There's two more of those bags. Excuse me. I can still whistle. Ruins the moment a little bit. I cannot move or do anything except whistle. Ah, delightful, the rats are coming. Well, there goes our left eye. That's delightful 3D spatial audio. And there goes the eye. I wonder if that was intentional or not. Because it just appeared right in front of us and killed us for leaving that area. I wonder if there's meant to be an eye in each of these. It's not in our inventory, so... Nothing. Curious. Wonder if there's any in this one now. There it is. And there it is. I'm going to assume that I was, as the kids say, telefragged. It just happened to teleport on top of me. Someone's missing left eye. It still has bits of the optic nerve and muscle tissue stuck to it. Well, alrighty then. I suppose it wanted the eye for its scent. What exactly? Alright. This wasn't there before. At least I don't think it was. Broken. Well, alrighty. Thunk. I also can't turn the flashlight off, oddly enough. I refuse to believe that's the ending. Leastwise, because we're still missing the dog. Sotaris, that sounds familiar. Textures and lighting by GL Labs, yes, we are certainly not out of this, yes. Motion capture. No, thank you. This is why you don't set. This is the real reason why. Alright, that's a friend of mine, that's expected. Meanwhile, the knocking on the door grows ever sharper. It's going to time, isn't it? This is why you don't set your real name to the name of your PC, otherwise some gamer is inevitably going to read it out. Savior of Rats, Sotaris. Ah, yes, there we are. The need for rats is an unquenchable hunger. Ah, hello there. I suppose the tyrants did divide himself an eyeball. Alright. Almost normal laws. Well, this seems rather abnormal. Seem to be in someone's apartment. As the power goes out on the tracks, you have to rebuild the whole system, etc., etc. That seems familiar. Not like we can leave. We have the card room and perhaps escape. Light speed plus system. Well, alright then. Couple of spots marked for G's. I can only assume those are breakers. Entire side or two. And I suppose we shall go north first. Gee, if our gates perhaps? That certainly looks like a breaker. Looks like we're able to go around if need be. That seems suspect. And to find a lost tape. The long way around. Something is certainly going to happen in here once I flip whatever I need to. Spooky Stories for Kids, Volume 1. Once there lived a nasty old man in a nasty old... I'm not on that voice. In a nasty old house. The nasty old man wouldn't go outside. The nasty old man wouldn't play. He sat in his tub and soaked in the water all day. Just him and his music, enjoying the water, even though it was nasty and green. He soaked it all day and all night, but never tried to get clean. But one day, the old man couldn't find his music. His radio was all filled with static. He twisted and turned and tried all the stations, and things got a little dramatic. His radio fell down into the water, and he missed the off switch. And the story goes, if you visit his house, his nasty old corpse will still twitch. Alright then, that is something that exists. What are you?
What are you hoping to accomplish? Without me, you're just hollow. You're pathetic. You need fear to motivate you.
I take that now. Well, goodbye. This is different. Someone has a beetle. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting a giant baby to come crawling after us like we were playing Resident Evil Village. At any rate, we have the last tape, so let's go ahead and save and pop that in. There it is. Mixtape player, find and play all the lost tapes. Nothing bad ever happened from sating your curiosity. I need to sleep. The vacancy sign is flashing. The trees are perhaps again moving without wind. That is it's a very triangular shaped bell. Someone has poured gas all over this. If someone has poured gasoline all over the foyer of any location, you should get the hell out of Dodge. It's covered in bugs. I can't sleep here. Yes, that is your primary concern. Something is sleeping there. It's wet and putrid. I can't sleep here. Picky, picky. This bed looks clean. I could sleep here. Yeah, it's covered in bugs. Ugh. Something is in there. Alright, seriously, this man needs to leave. The Arc-Traitor Lucifer was... I recognize this. I'm not sure what this is from, but I recognize this. Perhaps this is from some sort of TV production of Dante's Inferno. And I specifically recognize that background area of the devil eating someone. The poets climbed down the shaggy sides of the monster. Lucifer reached a subterranean sky. If I once actually have a shadow. I can't sleep here. The bed is coated in soot. Well, the front door's locked, so we're here. This bed looks clean. I could sleep here. It's filthy. Yeah, some sort of odd spilling sound. We can't determine. That just meant to trigger every time I pass through that area. Soaked with tar. Well, alright. Well, alright. Good for you. You have fun with that. Alright then. Where are we meant to be staying? Oh, well, the fire's gone out. Where are we meant to go then? Can't sleep here. The bed is cold and such. So I guess this means that those things could in fact talk to us. We just had to get up in their face and stare at them for a while. This chair looks clean. I could sleep here. Your body is rotting. Disgusting. I feel like I've attempted to put alright even. Well, that was a thing that happened. Alright, back to the task at hand. We've gone north, that leaves west, that leaves east and south. Well, this seems fairly straightforward. Spooky Stories for Kids, Volume 2. Once there lived a nice man with his nice old dog. The nice man was content, just him and his dog, watching the years pass by. His house was old and deep in the woods with a little blue patch of sky. One night, the nice man was walking his dog, as was his nightly habit. But then the dog got out of his leash to quickly chase after a rabbit. The night sky was dark, just barely lit, so the nice man was filled with worry. But then the old man yelped and ran inside as if he was in a hurry. The nice man went inside and locked up, his worries for now put to bed. But then out the window he saw his old dog, but its skin had been shed. The moral of the story is don't go chasing rabbits. Don't need to flood the terrain room. Well, I suppose we shall in a moment.
Getting better. Does doing this even have a purpose?
Well, if that's all you have to say. There we go. I cannot control the camera. We have tank controls. Well, I am now the dog. This is to say, the only way I can turn is using the arrow keys, which is painful. That's not a good noise. The radio has seen better days. This appears to be mimicking the beginning of the game. Suffice to say, whatever that was not our dog. I am certainly saving because that was painful to go through. Actually, we still have the eyeball in our inventory. Also, lost tape number 4. It smells awful, and the plastic's covered in thin, sticky substance. The word hotel has been stuck to it with a stiff red tape. Alright, button to go. There's another gate in this one. Not the breast restroom. I see. It may behoove me to open that up first. And then I'll lead it around that way and then close that. Whatever it is. Oh no, it closes automatically, so we'll have to come this way and then go through there. Spooky Stories for Kids, Volume 3. Once there lived a great old beast in a great old wood. The great old beast would attack the town and carry young children away. It screamed and it howled from inside the woods each night and every day. So one night the townsfolk hatched a plan to slay the beast once and for all. They snuck up close while it slept under a tree, and then they made it fall. It growled and hissed, not moving an inch since the fallen tree held it down. The warriors fought and stabbed the old beast to finally save the town. But the stories go that if you visit the woods, that under a great fallen oak, the great old beast isn't dead at all. It just still hasn't woke.
I'm your identity. I'm your crutch. You used to cling to me like a parasite. I know you better than anyone, and I know you're weak. You'll come right back.
Is that all you've got? Good God, there it is. I'll be honest, I was expecting a cutscene, not for it to simply go. It's blocked. I'm not sure if I'm actually meant to try and trap it using this thing. And this was, in fact, the wrong way to go. Yes, there we go. Needlessly tricky. No, I'm fairly certain this was the way I was going, yes. That's the way out, and it's blocked. Which means I do need to take care of this thing. Somehow. Probably by getting it trapped enough and dealing enough damage to it. There's got to be a better way. This is so inconvenient. I simply do not have time to run around it when it's holding the gate up. I doubt it would let me leave either. There we go. Just... Well, its face is turning to me, so I'd certainly say it might not be dead. Either way, what a waste of ammunition. I'm not sure if I was meant to stab. Obviously, I tried stabbing it the first time, but... Well, thank you. Well, alrighty. Further down we go. Well, okay. This does seem rather familiar. Sorry, what in heaven's name is that? Well, we're not going back that way. There's something absolutely freaking out over there. Well, this is clearly the other way we could have gone. Likewise, it probably shut us out. It's odd that it won't let me crawl out of the tunnel that way, though. So really, this is more of an illusion of choice with a Y-shaped tunnel to go down. Aren't you a bigger old DC? Necessarily large cockroaches. That's disgusting vermin. This looks familiar. Thank you for the ammunition, however strangely generous. Truly a very good soundtrack. Do you explode? No, you get big and then throw stuff at me. Broken. I know going back except they're deaf. That's not great. What in heaven's name am I looking at? Swirling masses of flame. Far too many of them. Did you lock the door? Well, that door's broken, so... Not entirely sure what that thing did, but alright. Serpentine, as they say. Don't have time to take that in when I'm being chased, unfortunately. Looks like some shallow graves. The text is ineligible. Illegible, rather. I have to go forward. That's great and all, but what about our dog? Well, this seems incredibly suspect. Good end. Achieve the good end. You escape the confines of the sewer and reunite with your dog. You feel that your experience has changed who you are, and that the barriers of life that once restricted and intimidated you have now fallen away. You've been to hell and back, confronted your fears, and gotten stronger. Which would imply that there is, in fact, a bad ending. I'm not entirely sure how to get it, and I'm certainly not sure how our dog was just up top. But alright. It is the good ending. I suppose we'll take it. Interesting. Apparently I missed it, but Specimen 8 from Spoopy's House of Jump Scares makes an appearance in this game, in one of those tapes. Specimen 8 being the deer god. Evidently, that one elder god we had noted ties things together a little bit. Beagothoth. Interesting. Something is definitely seriously amiss in here, aside from just general insanity. Has ties to some other games that they've been involved with, such as Tennis 64. Very interesting. Certainly something of an over-aura on there or something. Yes, you could definitely listen to some of those souls, so I have missed in the story. To quote, in the tape, an unknown person appears in a cabin with some souls telling the story of how, in times when there was no food for them, they made a deal with Yagothoth, giving him his son to get meat to eat. The entity accepted the deal and took his son, turning him into one of his few children. This would be Specimen 8, the one seen in one of the windows of the cabin for a few moments. The souls also implore us to destroy an idol from Yagothoth, what the protagonist has to do to escape. There's also apparently at least one more lost tape. Given the fact that it had 4, I wonder if that's owing to another mode. There's also the Nightmare mode I mentioned. Apparently there's sort of a secret ending you can get to story mode where you make a sacrifice to him. Interesting. Incidentally, there are at least 2 other hidden modes that should be easy enough to access without us having to go out of our way. Which is certainly something we can do to help fill time. A very silent hill of you. Alrighty. Good evening, or in your case, morning, Gray. Hopefully you got some good rest. And yes, as both the author and Lily planned to do a few things in a few hours, we ended up starting the stream late. It also means we'll be having the stream go longer than normal. In fact, we have about 3.5 hours left to fill before the author... Well, before the author plays with Lily at any rate. Now then, as for secret modes... The easiest one we can access after beating the game is... the right mode, I guess. What was it called? A gallery. Find the Gallery of Light. Our dog is here. This is fine. I cannot read that. Apparently, this is something of a gallery. So we had Virgil. I recall seeing you, but don't entirely recall where, whereas this was in the save room every time. Suppose we were being washed over. It's the first thing, that is the dog mimic. The rat man and the rat man woke. I have questions, which I will not ask. The good old eyeless hobo. The ghost girl. I guess I was related to her then. No. It's not really much of an enemy. A mirror. Actually see inside it now, very interesting. It's like at certain angles, yes, you can see the girl. Apparently there was a rat mom. I don't think we ever actually encountered you. Iris is not moving in this instance, which is probably for the best. Just the leech. Ghost Train, 1/2 scale, thank you. The Ghost Train was certainly bizarre. Daddy Roach spit a flashback. I don't believe we ran into you either. I wonder if they're in an alternate mode, or if we just missed them. Googled. The Siren. Childhood memories. Your brain. Alright. These two are related on the secret endings, evidently. The crispy heads. A dog head. We saw some of those. The dark-winged man. We had seen him just randomly show up. It was quite bizarre. Some spooky boys. The Hackathon. Which means that he certainly makes a proper appearance somewhere in here. The demo dog, demo recipe, question mark. You might have some interest in this. Why is there just a bag? Some interest in this game, given the elements of Eldritch, Lovecraftian horror, such as this thing, which incidentally connects a number of the games that the creator has made. But you may also dislike the game due to the other horror elements. It has a dog, at least. I'm not sure what's up with the bag. Slug priest and priest. Well, we certainly did not run into. Wolf, Creator Wolf, Demon Wolf. We may have seen Demon Wolf given the lighting. I guess this was a Shoggoth, and that was a boss form of a Shoggoth. Well, that hurts my eyes to look at. Apparently, by Agathoth was born from Azathoth's wound as a seed. Kind of just scattered around, infecting people, trying to get human sacrifices and cause suffering to humanity and whatnot. Whereas Shoggoths are Shoggoths. Apparently there's a boss version of one with a couple of swords sticking out of it. Now the other one that's easy enough to access now that we've done virtually everything is the opposite. Turning the gamma all the way down. The dark mode. Ah, there's the bag, and speaking of Silent Hill, there's Robbie. Just driving down the dark, lonely road. What could go wrong? Also, a lot of green tea from Arizona. I recognize that brand. This auto-drive is very irresponsible in regards to going off the road. This is also a very thin road. At any rate, the story is effectively that you are mentally unwell and are seeking treatment for some unspecified issues. Chief among them, I would assume, going by the description of the game, being claustrophobia. Whatever you have, it's bad enough to require a service dog. The rain causes your service dog to eventually get swept away around a broken drain. Following this drain, you end up finding a few ghosts, some eldritch horrors, one among them also having been created by a secret laboratory in the sewer system, which in itself is rather strange. Eventually you somehow escape, and also your dog is there. Which just raises more questions. Unless most of this is just in your head, which is also quite possible. There are also a couple of fake out deaths which you can't really avoid, such as picking up some lye or acid or other base in order to dissolve some goo, slipping on a pile of the stuff and having it on you. You reload, and well, there you are. There's a pile of goo there, and now you're being attacked by mirrors. Another case where you have to fight and lose one of those Shurgoths. Hmm. Darker, yes, darker. Now leaving safety. And here I was worried that we were merely looping. Tunnel missions, you say? Well, that's certainly a name for this track. Assuming it wasn't a fake out, there was also signs of cult activity, so really it's possible that the whole thing was just a lot more supernatural than might be let on, including the fake deaths and most of the other nonsense. Well, hello there. There's some of those ghostly boys that we saw. There is at least one other secret mode in which we won't be able to access just now because we would have to start it at midnight. I suppose I'll have to give that a look on my own at some point in the future. Either that or I'll have to make another stream for it. There are also two other endings. I'm sure the author will want to get those for completion's sake. He had mentioned that someone had described this mode as being something of a prequel to the main game. That has yet to be seen. At the moment it seems more like a very short and glorified sound test. Well, definition of short, we appear to be in the city now. And we're very much driving on the wrong side of the road. It would be nice if we could turn down Bloom. I can read very little of this. Just going by angles, I can't help but wonder if this is one of those flat planes that games like Doom like to use where it always faces you. Certainly relatively peaceful compared to going through the main game. Well, that seems abnormal. Very abnormal. Like I said, the game certainly has a nice soundtrack, regardless of your opinion of a few things. There are at least apparently 2 other tapes, although I can't seem to find how to access them. They're described as being Mercer's tapes, so I wonder if they're accessed via the Midnight Mode or some such. And thus everything was dark again. Incidentally, the game also had a few moments where it messed with the fourth wall, such as... And that's honestly what it seems to be. Hello there. Well, alright. Just... just crumbled. Hello, Eldritch Entity, hunting us through our dreams. Goodbye, you just kind of fell in front of our car. Man who stole several leopards. That is quite a name. And that does appear to be, generally what this mode is, although someone says not to get out of the car during the mode. I'm not sure if it has an actual ending in regards to getting home, or if it just ends when you exit the car. Anyways, as I was saying, it also has a monster that messes with the fourth wall a few different ways. For example, there is a body that you pick up which glitches out your inventory, slows you down, and causes a number of Unity errors of all things to show up in the lower left corner of the screen. It also affects your inventory, where the body is virtually always visible at weird angles, but you can never see its head. There he is again. We really must stop meeting like this. This just seems very inefficient. Well, this is what this tunnel is now, just a bunch of these winged men getting run over. At the end of the section with that monster, you also start going up an elevator, presumably to the surface, at which point the credits start rolling. However, the name of the monster appears in the credits, followed by several other creatures and aspects from the game, up to and including this noise is maddening. I just complimented you, Draco. It's raining blood despite being inside a tunnel now. That's normal. As I was saying, even more hilarious is the sound they make. Even mentioning the name of one of your Steam friends and having you as being responsible for the quote-unquote motion capture. You may also be going through some literal or metaphorical version of hell reflected by eldritch entities or not. Obviously, we saw a model of Virgil, and apparently he does help you in a few different cases. I do recall seeing the model, but I don't recall where or how outside of the statue. There's also, in one of the tapes, there's a motel you go through. In one of those motel rooms is playing an old movie version of, I believe it was Dante's Inferno. Mostly because it features two poets, I want to say, going through hell, and there's a particular scene of the devil munching on some poor souls. I recall that scene specifically, I just recall that's from Dante's Inferno or something else. Oh, no, here we are, back home. Well, alrighty then. Well, I suppose it behooves me to find out what happens if you do try and exit the car. It's drive enough for the music to kick in. I'm not entirely sure how one could consider this to be a prequel. Well, I'm out of the car. Evidently, I can just run the entire way home, which I find somewhat amusing. Alright, I'm not going to entertain this if I'm not going to just die somehow. Alright. Monday. I decided to take a quick look at the TV tropes page. Mundane Horror, the secret dark mode scenario. Driving home isn't normally scary, right? But what about driving home while vividly disassociating? And I wouldn't call it boring. Most of the music was good, aside from the levered thing. I still cannot find how you're meant to get the other tapes, so that is just something we will investigate another day. For now, that was lost in... Oh wait, no, here we are. Huh. Why are you locked? Incidentally, apparently they've announced a DLC for Lies of P. What do you mean? Oh, it's examine. Lost tape number 5 of The Wolf. Howls and screams echo through the twisted old branches of the overgrown campground. A history of unresolved violence keeps many away from this place. But regardless, you find yourself trapped here. Something sinister is stalking through the woods, and you seek to escape. The way out. Lost tape number 6, The Way Out, by Mr. Craven. You don't count the days anymore. The light that you occasionally see from the window, the breeze you can sometimes feel, those are gone. You've been offered a way out. Will you take it? And these appear to have been cancelled, unfortunately. Maybe they didn't get the funding for them, or maybe they're just not out yet. Even if we do still have about 3 hours worth of time, I don't believe I'll be playing these tonight. I'll just include them with the midnight mode for some other content, not to mention we have New Game Plus to potentially tackle at some point. At any rate, for the most part, that was Lost in Vivo. A game about eldritch horrors, the supernatural, disassociation evidently, a lost dog, and severe claustrophobia. How much any of those affects each other, who knows, but an angel was messing with you the entire way, so... You also helped put a goose girl to rest, I suppose. It was rather surreal, I will say, and I wish there was something a little more definitive to the ending rather than just suddenly leading the sewer and there suddenly is your dog. How did it get out? Why is it there? Alright, I guess this is the good ending. Alright, well, that's fine. Must you queue an update? Oh, well, this is a good time as any to take a break. But at any rate, I'll be trading off, and the author will be coming back shortly after he grabs a snack. He'll find something to do for about 3 hours, and then he'll play some Marvel Rivals with Lily. In the meantime, I thank you for your viewership, both past, present, and future, including Gray, who came in towards the end of things as I was going through the optional modes. Lily, who showed up and will show up again. Panboy, Jimmy, etc. and so forth. For now, be sure to stay safe, stay well, and to eat well. Good night. While the author trades off, I'll be putting Spirit City Lo-Fi sessions back off. I'll actually change the stream game so that we have a breakpoint, and I'll run a 3-minute ad. Alright, back at my desk. Still need to take care of the garbage at some point, but I've made myself a sandwich to eat. Ham, egg, and cheese sandwich. Oh. It's nice and creamy. Everyone doing okay? Hopefully y'all have just been able to enjoy the lo-fi. I've been better if I just melted the cheese into this rather than putting a slice of cheese on top. Oh well. Hopefully some of y'all are getting breakfast or dinner. Sandwich is good. What kind of sandwich? Nutella? Yeah. Pastrami is good. That makes me want to get a Reuben. But obviously I've already got this sandwich. I actually used some Nutella to help make a chocolate milkshake the other night. Some vanilla ice cream, some milk, some chocolate mocha, dark chocolate mocha, hot chocolate mix, 1 or 2 spoonfuls of Nutella after mixing it up a bit because the oils kind of separate out, and 1 or 2 spoonfuls of orange marmalade. It's good. Bit of a pain to defrost the second half of it when I had the other half of it the other day. I blame the marmalade. That was still good. So regardless of what I play, I will probably have to step away again in about 2 hours. That way I'll have time to take out the trash and get it to the curb before I start things with Lily. What to do for 2 hours? What to do? Don't really want it to be anything super relevant, so not picking up any Souls games. Bloons has a single gig update, so that's an option at the moment. How have I never complete the tutorial of Plaguing Evolves? Yeah, Dagwood, I'm gonna play Plaguing. Nothing too important, it'll be easy enough to just kinda go through and drop as needed.
Commencing Autopsy 3. Time, 2104. 27-year-old female, infected with unknown pathogen. Blood analysis
This is
indicates
very loud.
virus. Provisional name is PAX-12. Deceased had traveled in China before returning home 2 weeks ago. That must have been pre-quarantine. Unknown if had contact with livestock, but I can definitely see evidence of insect bites. Deceased had reported coughing.
There we go. I forgot they add a cure mode. I haven't actually messed with it, I don't think. So use X the next pandemic. Looks like it's got its own unlock process, and looks like I have laid it. It's weird that they have... Well, that they don't have different menus. Don't know how they're... Yeah, you know what, let's just be smallpox. I'll just have it on normal since it's been forever since I played this. I don't know what this is compared to normal. I do know I need to turn the audio down though, so I can hear myself think. There we go. Much better. Let's start in Egypt. I feel in Egypt. Normally I just start Madagascar because, duh, but... Looks like I'm already starting with most of the same symptoms, which means that severity and lethality are already real high up, which is not great and means we're gonna get caught right quick. Their lethality so bloody high off the base. So if we kill off all the hosts, we aren't gonna do very bloody well in spreading. Kickstarter raises record amounts. Festival of Love in Egypt. Praise the replacement for International Kissing Day. Seeing Shield is probably something I want to go. Ooh, with all black box. And white box. Guess what? I would very much like you. That costs 5 points though. Even on normal, there's a good chance we'll get spotted before we get to 25, then again. There we go. Especially since we're in Arabia, we might be able to start hitting up some planes sooner than later. Egypt is not doing hot. There we go. I can get that boat transport. There's good old Madagascar. Now I just need to worry about Greenland and Iceland. I guess, and New Guinea and the Philippines. How did that not increase my severity? Oh yeah, people are just getting random pustules on their eyeballs that can cause blindness. None to see here. Hey, okay. And mostly islands. And Sweden and Finland are A-okay somehow. remember to maintain the points, but we really do need to finish spreading. There we go. Just business as usual, almost everyone in the world going blind. It's fine. Yeah, time to start getting more. Shutting down airports. It's far too late, my friend. So they're developing the cure very quick, and we have barely. There's only 16 sick in Greenland somehow. Guess I was wrong. We were not ready to get severe because Greenland's just like, haha, no. They might really have to get all of these. And the cost is ludicrous. Oh well. Okay, thanks for that last bubble there. Unfortunate. So I need to be a little more patient even if they did start detecting it. I wasn't expecting Greenland to only have 16 infected people who never spread it to anyone. Scenario sees the world come to Greenland with predictable consequences. Need to get old Norax. Yes, it's natural habitat of Greenland. Or there was something that made it so that... Oh, wait, where it is that one on the left. Basically to gradually decrease severity. Dozens are infected, by which we mean about 2 dozen, soon be 3. As a backup plan, just infect a few things that aren't people. Bit late to tell me to start popping red bubbles there, game. Yeah, lovely bird migration. Serious illness sweeping through Greenland, by which I mean literally everyone in Greenland is infected. Whoops. just got a worm poking around in your brain. It's just a parasite. It'll be fine. Let's give the US a bit of an infection boost. Madagascar shuts down land borders. Madagascar, you are Madagascar. What fucking land borders? Angolia is somehow still uninfected, although I have no idea where the fuck they are. Over here. Guess they shut down land borders. Did they get infected right after everything? Oh, Angola. Where the fuck is Angola? Oh. It's always, I swear, every time I get that specific thing is, haha, nope, it's something that's gonna harm you. They obsess over trying to cure it, they obsess over avoiding it, blah blah blah. For genetic reshuffle. Thank you for the single point. It's been too long since I played this game, apparently. I do wish that the genetic reshuffle had a bit more of an impact. As is, the genetic reshuffle only, like, knocks off 5 to 10% of the research that they've done. And that barely slows them down, since you don't affect their momentum at all. I also hardly ever feel it when I do get things that let me, that do let me slow down the research. Alright, let's try cure mode. It's been forever though. Politician's vaguely competent. Ray, if you would please. Thank you. I got vaccine research. Quickly it spreads. What exactly determines if the public thinks it's necessary or not, Priso? That's what I want to know. Research is at 50% at least, regardless of swiftly decreasing authority. Is recovered, so I assume they've got natural resistance. Still rapidly losing authority for some reason, even though I don't have any of these enabled. Shouldn't. Yeah, definitely need a 7 new frame. Yeah, incompetent. You know, it's not like it was 83% finished. Yeah, authority collapsed because they decide, yeah, you know what? A significant portion is dying. Let's start throwing a considerable brigade. From too many people dying. Hardly. 17% fatality rate. Yeah. There have been multiple updates for us, right? It's like, look at all those people who recovered. I tried to put up quarantines, but you ignored me. Well, looks like apparently Levy's having a bonus Pokemon session today. And Lily hasn't really managed to get any rest, so she's calling off playing Marvel Rivals with me in an attempt to get the free skins. Unfortunate. Well, I guess that's the stream then. So hopefully y'all enjoyed me struggling and failing at playing Ink of Old. Have a good evening, and I'll see y'all next week.